You know, the timing for that works perfectly for the Gin intro, for the Friday song, but it doesn't work so well for the end one, so the end one's gonna have to be just a normal Ginga Nagaraboshi Gin. But that's besides the point. Today we have some more Europa Universalis, because we have more learning to do. We kinda had a good thing going in trying to go against Genoa. But we had a little bit of a snag, so because we're doing the learning process still, let's take the lessons from the end of yesterday and try to apply them towards a better outcome. When you're just starting out, you're allowed to make mistakes after all, because how else do you learn? By spending an entire week reading the wiki and poring over things before giving it a try, like we did with Pair to Rome, the knowledge base isn't there yet. Or trying to lose weight and then you eat a whole 0.75 pounds of blue Stilton in a single night. Look, I'm a sucker for the blue, okay? It's one of my favorite cheeses. It probably is my favorite cheese. I've tried a variety of blues, but I keep going back to the Stilton. Okay, mind your eyes. Flashbang's gonna be coming up soon. Alright, so this save is precisely before the moment when we send an army. Oh no, our boats are here right now. Precisely at the moment when we go sink some Genoan ships. They have 9 galleys, 9 traditional galleys. What if I rebalance? That gives us traditional, Mediterranean traditional cog, Mediterranean traditional cog. I don't quite like the sound of that. We got very weak frontage, it looks like. So if I choose to go against Genoa right now, the one thing that'll help me out a lot is more boats. Another thing that will help $127 for these pirates. Kaliaka pirates are not adjacent to one of our controlled locations. Not adjacent to one of our controlled locations. Not adjacent to one of our controlled locations. So we could potentially afford the Buccaneers. If we wait an extra month, we could afford the Kaliakra pirates. But they're not adjacent to us. Belongs to Trebizond, and they're in Chersonesos. They're there right now. So how was Genoa able to afford them? They got this little bit over here. And that little bit over there allows them to hire pirates over here, I guess. Oh, that sucks. How about the Quitadella Buccaneers? Belongs to Pisa, in Pisa. Belongs to Pisa and in Pisa. Do you think then I should wait for the force into faction to fire? Take Pisa. But then no, they belong to Pisa. If I force Pisa to become a vassal, then we'd have their help, yeah? Oh, Genova Market. I thought that was Genovan people. They're Tuscan people. Cultures and location. We got Neapolitans, Medians, Tuscans, Emilians, Lombards, Piedmont, Ligurians, Venetians, Sardinians, Corsicans. All these Alps over here, and only this bit is considered Alpine. Oh no, the Welsh are already getting wiped out. Cornish holding strong. There's this little blip here. Also Cornish. No, Dartmoor's impassable. Impassable and not owned by anyone? Man, they wish. Some good fossil hunting around here. Lime Bay! Oh, all this is Lime Bay. Would you look at that? Lyme Regis gets the recognition it deserves as a fossil hunting area. All of this is now the Lime Coast. There's white. White was a pretty fun place to go to. They had like a butterfly farm over here. A farm over here that you could visit that had Highland cows. Apparently, there's like a little pleasure amusements place to the west that everyone goes to when they're children and they get colored sand. We mostly stayed over in Shanklin, then drove around for a bit. There's a couple of cool chines along the coast. Took the hovercraft back and forth. We had to take the hovercraft, not just a normal ferry. So, the trouble with Genoa is that their navy is relatively equitable to mine right now. And because there's a pirate over here that they could hire, right by their stuff over there, they're due to kick our ass when these pirates come on over. We can pull Aragon in. But because we lack the sailors to make more boats, and I cannot seem to overcome that right now. I need naval supremacy. I need it even more. I have to buy more wharfs and things in places. But hey, if I take Genoa, and Corsica too, hopefully, then that'll give us more naval prowess. It'll give us more coastline from which we could build more wharfs and ports. And then that'll give us more sailors slowly over time. So, we're going to be... Oh, that's right, I forgot. One thing we could do is we could actually... We're in a personal union with Provence. Because we're in a union, we cannot make an alliance. But the terms of the union do not stipulate that they have to join us in our wars. But we could purchase military access. But I need fleet-basing rights, because all we need to do is disembark troops to repair when away from home. If I had fleet-basing rights with Pisa, would that allow me to use their pirates? I don't think so. We could try to make Province a vassal, as well as part of our personal union. And then they'll have no choice, but they won't accept anyway, because even if their opinion is high enough to change it over, the reason to accept is at minus 158, that's impossible to overcome. Member of the Holy Roman Empire, you bitch! So, for province, speaking of which, we have established seniority. We have codified inheritance. Vote for unified succession law. Active policy is sovereign succession law. What we want is that every member of the union adopts a succession law, the senior partner if possible. Integration level up. We also have an Albanian marriage union. A decentralized union very akin to defensive league. Will defend each other against foreign attackers. But we can't do anything with that to make it closer. My second son's going to inherit Albania. My first son's going to inherit this. Federalization law. Mutual offense I want. What's the requirement for this one? At least one of these, all of these. The Union has existed for greater than 25 years. It's only existed for 14 years. So 11 more years to go before Province goes on offensive wars with me. Unified Treasury, more integration level. And you're missing 20 years of existence. Diplomatic liberties. 30 years of union and enacting the previous legislature of the union. Every member of the unit adopts implemented government reforms and policies were available to the senior partner. 50 years. 40 years. So the longer the union goes on, the tighter we codify things. Union succession law. Integration level of 1. Okay. And I've already voted with my 175 votes. It's not much of a vote, is this? Province has a little bit more. But it's basically 111 or so votes against 175. Okay, so... what I want to do is I want to go against Genoa. And I also want to... I want to get military access with province. That we could land our guys here, march to Genoa, siege, march across province, and then take their capital. I think that is going to be the best way of taking them on. Their capital is a war goal. If I get that, I'll get ticking war score. And if the war starts to go sour, at least we'll cut their head off. We'll get the Ligurian coast here. That'll give us access to the pirates of Pisa, and closer access to Pisa in general. And if we're lucky, and our boats haven't been fully destroyed, then we could take our guys back on over, load boats, drop them off in Corsica, and get a couple of quick, easy acquisitions. Or maybe I don't want to take their land. Maybe it's enough that I take them over and make them a vassal. Then Genoa can handle the administration and development of everything within Genoa. Yeah. And not the rise of the Turks. Not the 100 Years' War. And we'll take out the leader of the Ghibellines. How's the plague doing? It still exists in a few places. We're probably not going to lose out anytime soon. Which means we can't easily repeal procure remedies. We still have the -7 something per month. Once it's gone, no location has a disease present, then I'm hoping that procuring remedies automatically disappears. Because that's a lot of money for a whole lot of nothing. Okay, let's get... purchase military access. So it sucks that I can't have access to any Navy mercenaries. Why even have them on the list if they're not adjacent to one of our locations, not adjacent to one of our locations? They mostly have 2 cogs. 4 cogs? No, just 2 cogs. They just have 2 cogs. They're not... And that's a transport boat. It's the Akshashir Buccaneers. Also just more cogs. But that's also within range. Look at this guy. He's got access to 2 pirates. Oh well. So, I've prepared as best I can. Let's declare war. Promise land in a peace deal. They'll still say no. Promised land is a +20, which only brings it to -76. Aragon will accept. slightly stronger, until they start hiring more boats of their own. They got all this with them. Oh boy. But that's okay, we got Aragonese. We've jumped them at half morale. This music feels kind of tragic. It's kind of like Breath of Fire 2, I feel like, when your guys are all being killed. And now, their life is over. Okay, raise all levies. Raise all levies. We have the advantage of a whole lot of levies. We just need the safe boat power to get them across over to province to march on over. And then that'll be their head cut off. Let me see something. If we were to sue for peace, country treaties, seize land treaties, dismantle fort treaties, subject cancellation treaties, liberate treaty, other treaties, annulment, anti-piracy agreement, fleet basing rights, food access, military access, war reparations. Genoa becomes a vassal. Needs to be occupied. Will cost 143.5 war score. Cause 0.38 antagonism to force them to become my vassal. Needs 2.88 diplomatic capacity to maintain the relation. A country that maintains more relations than its diplomatic capacity will suffer penalty to their diplomatic reputation and prestige. Certain subject types possess diplomatic upkeep, which reduces the available capacity too. So even though having vassals is great, because you own them, but they're paying for their own control upkeep, their own development, I can't be greedy and vassalize everybody, especially given all these little tiny pieces all across Italy. Diplomats. Let's see, where would I see my own capacity? Diplomatic capacity is 6.72. It'll cost, what was it, 2 point something to keep them? Alliance is 0.63, 0.63, 0.4, vassals, 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, 0.1. So even though absorbing Achaia might be a bad idea, it is going to free up 0.22 diplomatic capacity. Base value of 1, Kingdom Country rank gives 2, Age of Renaissance gives 25%, Expanded Archives gives 20%, diplomatic spending, as much as it is, and diplomatic ability of the ruler. Okay, so if I do vassalize Genoa, it'd be cool, because we get all of this, and then we add that and that, and the little tiny plink over there. That'll put me up to practically 4.5 or 5 of my 6.72 capacity. Alright. We've got Mediterranean galleys, which are better than traditional, but we still have 2 cogs. So this fight's not going to be completely perfect, but we have a bit more balance to our regiments now. And Aragon's answer the call to arms. It's gonna take them a while to get their fleets up. Their 9 boats. I've also got all of my things up, right? Army maintenance, Navy maintenance, forts. They're not gonna reach us. And 0.1 diplomats per month. I'll keep it as such. Tax, if I could afford to raise it, I will. Minting. Not at a time of war. Because everything else is going to get more expensive as far as maintenance goes too, I bet, if inflation gets too bad. I got 0 already? They were fighting nothing. It was 0, but they still had morale to gut through. Oh, I don't like that. It's a much... 3 against 9. Oh, it's gotten worse by rebalancing. They had less morale, but the balancing actually gave them the advantage. How's it still 9 versus 1? I only see 2 and 3. This is the learning process after all. We're not doing a pure and clean playthrough where we take all the punches. We kicked these guys' ass the first time, but took a few hits. This time, we rebalanced, and they're kicking our ass. It could simply be how the dice rolls, because there is some chance, right? You do as best as you can, putting better boats or better armies, with better compositions, a decent commander, and then 2 units retreated, 2 casualties. 2 casualties, no retreat. We can't accept that. Let's try that again. So, the rebalancing, unless it's just random dice rolls, actually worked against us that time. Province. Military access purchase. We can't just request it. See, other nations could ask us for access, but they never buy our access. What the heck? Complete strangers simply request it. My own personal union, I have to purchase the right. Okay, with that in mind. So, the reason to rebalance, because that 162 is very unbalanced, and there's only a cog on that side. Only a cog on that side, so I can't imagine. But I guess maybe sacrificing the left and having the middle and right hold on. But see, they're a lot more balanced. Well, their left side also has 3. So maybe it is tactically better to sacrifice the left, have our center and right hold on, and then tackle everything else together. Okay. So let's see how it goes with the unbalanced regiments here, and then doing the same strat of land, march, take over, march, take their head. Aragon, Coat of Arms, they don't need the land. The Papal State is allies to us both, so they'll refuse on both sides. He's a lot more likely to join against him. Only -6. Well, I guess -7 to get the +1 positive. A whole 100 away for me. What the fuck, Pope? I've been on his side for nearly every single thing. I even joined his failed crusade against the Mamluks, when I should have been saving up men for Sicily. This is how he treats me. We, the leader of the Guelphs, who are specifically on his side with this little political fight with the Holy Roman Emperor. Parliament approved. Really dubious claim. Raise all my levies. Raise my naval levies, what little of them I have. Troop transport is troop transport. I want to spit in his eye here. And then we'll shimmy our men. Through here, land and province, have a march over. Because Mr. Asshole here has access to 2 pirates close to his shores. One in Pisa, which is like right next door to him, and the other over here, right across from his way distant territory there. Mr. Cheats! Mr. Not Playing Fair? They have half morale, a little bit better balance. We're already down 1 boat over here, fantastic. 0, 0, 0. Oh, don't tell me they fled. Rolling initiative to engage. Oh, that's how it is. Now I see them. This is 2, the 2, the 2. I'm looking at the wrong numbers then. I see a -1 though. Down to 8 boats. And they still have their 9. And it's not even a cog that I lost either. Had to lose one of my galleys. One of my traditionals at least. But still, if I had to lose anything, why not a cog? All that does is gimp my own ability. Now, do I keep this boat here to bully them? Because they're going to get the morale up eventually, then come right back out fighting. I got to spit in their eye. Had them lick at their wounds for a bit. Now let's go recollect my men. Maybe what I could have done is that this tiny stack is kind of worthless as far as like fighting alone goes, because everyone's still using levies. It doesn't matter if these 150 guys are better guys. It's still only 150 against 1,000 everybody else. But what I could have done is had them on board when we did the fight, right? And then we could just drop them off in Corsica as we go on back to pick up everybody else. 150 is not a lot, but I'm sure they could have taken these 2 provinces over here. One more week to go. Oh, are they coming for me? Where are they going to? Coast of Lazio. Which one's Coast of Lazio? Corsica, Coast of Lazio. They want their revenge. We'll let them come then. Because we're going to have some more transport ships around to, at the very least, absorb their cannon fire. Very likely our side will lose. Come on! Hiding. Blockaded ports. The dicks! Maybe I should have waited here then. But they're not going to hang around there forever. It could also simply be that my efforts to take Genoa right now is going to, by definition, be a failed... Look at all these boats he's got here. He's got 9 galleys. 5 light ship. Transport, who cares? This stack alone would be major help. The 2 of them combined, and he's got great commanders on them. Okay. So, he's also being foolish because he's using his entire navy to blockade me and keep my guys in. That means his armies can't march out to us. He's stuck also. Embark the army. If he's gonna be busy over there... Maybe we could draw them away real quick, like... And there's more of those pirates, but they're only transports. Don't tell Governor Newsom I use a sentence with transports in it. The poor guy's gonna blow a gasket if he hears that. Oh, see, they're leaving. Because of this, a little tiny navy here. Just 5 transports. So they got their 5 light ships here. I should help them out. 5 against 9. Should I? That becomes a question. They'll have their fight going on already. You know what? Even if they're going to lose this fight, it'll take them a while. 6 extra galleys reinforcing can only help. And he's fled, the fucker! I was right! We're just gonna come over and help him out. Okay, merge to the strongest. Could I manually balance these units? I could disband, order full retreat, detach mercenaries, detach damage. I don't really care about evenly filling things right now. Okay, if I merge these guys all together, let's get them onto boats first. See how much I can carry on 14 boats. I can carry quite a bit. That's most of our guys. Genoa's only got 5,000 troops. So 9,000 could be enough to take their army. We just have to go for the safety of province, and then march on down, march across a second bit of province, and then go for the capital. That's all we gotta do. So these guys will go ahead and merge. And then we're gonna go to the safety of here. I don't see the Genoan ships. Oh! Ah! They're coming out of hiding! Where are they going? To Corsica Channel? Alright, they're going away from where I'm going. But they have transports coming around this end. Well, I got there all... Wait, hold on. I got there fast. I didn't even see my guys because they're buried behind that. I gotta zoom out to see them. You know, there's so much sea zone here, right? Maybe they could share the space. All I see is a second navy of province, not realizing if I zoom out, hey, guess who else is here? Okay, all you... Could I not disembark? We have army movement right. We have military access. But maybe I can't disembark them because I haven't requested, the fleet rights. We don't have diplomats to request the fleet-basing rights. So the entire purpose of purchasing military access seems pointless. I am here, right? No, we're still there. So why did it show... Oh, was that just for destination then? It was showing the destination, I guess. I thought that was really quick. That's weird, the way it does that. Okay, so we got their ugly guys going that way. If they're all over there, and it looks like they're pursuing... They're pursuing... Come on, you got 9 galleys. 9 good Catalan galleys. 10 cannons and 7 hull. They could be cutting through the Genoans, but they're just sitting there. Those are the ships they should be using. See, it keeps showing us where we aren't. I don't know where I actually am. I don't know where my army or my navy actually is right now. If I double click on you, here, we're here but we can't see it because we can only see Athens' first navy. If they're going to be going that way, I'm going to come up this way instead. Visibility can definitely use some work. They anticipated my plan. Inch more, inch more, inch more. Okay. 9,000 fuckers. All of y'alls. Get on down. They're right there, man! You got 9 extra galleys of good quality. When are you gonna get down there? By the 21st of May, we got a week. We got a week of disembarking. It's okay. I get it. I've played Oregon Trail. Even fording light rivers is pretty dangerous, and here they are walking across the ocean. They're just doing blockade duty there? No, that's... They're just sitting around. They're trying to do denial of access of my allies, when all they're really doing is allowing me to sneak on right into their backyard. So, Aragon might not be very smart as far as using their superior navy as one strong push against theirs. But they're being bait. $20... $21... It's 21, why aren't you guys down there yet? By noon. It's noon of the 21st. There they go. We'll pick up the rest of you guys. $4,500 troops in Genoa. Against 9,000 angry Neapolitans. So let's see. It looks like hills. No. That's mountain? Attacker penalty +2. They call that a mountain. At the foot of that mountain. Scotland, London. Scotland, London. Tibet, Bangladesh. Tibet, Bangladesh. We more than double theirs. They have a better commander. '85, 98, 82. Damn, Tommaso Spinola. So he's gonna get fantastic siege. Well, it doesn't matter. Frontage, correct section chance, morale, initiative, discipline, and combat speed. Where did they pick this guy up from? Who do we have? Who's our guy? In the process of taking command, and will be effective in June. 81, 83, and 1. Much less discipline, much less combat speed. I chose this guy for his siege ability. Frontage, correct section chance, morale, initiative. But they got us on discipline, they got us on combat speed. But the other generals would have been generalist generals. They didn't have as many golds. I'd be looking at like 40, 60, 60 or 70, 40, 30. Okay, we're gonna sit here for a bit. We're gonna wait till Mr. General gets settled in. And till our morale gets a little bit higher. Then we're gonna march over the mountain. They're playing fully defensively here. They're hoping that they basically wanted to do what I was going to do to them. Navy superiority to prevent them from moving. But it turns out having a couple of technologically advanced boats isn't enough. And now that we snuck on in, we still have 3,700 more guys that can pull up. And if they're gonna stay there, then I'll feel a lot more comfortable if I turn 5 digits or 4 digits to 5. What are they doing? Are the Aragonese trying to attack directly? No! They've boarded! They're trying to go on the offensive now. With 4,000 boats. Or 4 boats, we could definitely take them on. Let's try to intercept them. We have visibility here. They could be coming down this way. They could be coming down this way. I'm going to go out into the open sea so I could more easily tell where they're going to come from, because they're mostly transports. All their actual combat ships with cannons are here. So we could take down their whole army at sea. Now, as we've learned before, having these ships transporting my army destroyed doesn't necessarily mean my armies are destroyed, because that happened to me. Instead of losing 14,000 soldiers, I just had the ability to once again raise 14,000 soldiers, so they just went home. Their ship sank, and they all just took the lifeboat back home. No, there's no actual loss of life, just the boats. But I could prevent their invasion. Invasion, I call it, when I'm the one attacking them off a dubious Casus-Belli. I don't see them. Are they not coming this way? Oh. They went over there. They went to Sardinia. To attack Aragonese lands. So they're not going for me after all. Okay. Alright. We're doing a decapitation strike on them. And they're merely cutting off the periphery of an ally. Oh. At least our 9 boats are out of the way. The Genoese have somehow gotten superior naval power over my naval power that I was so proud of. They got superior commanders somehow, and they're wasting it on such bad tactics. Well, on such bad strategy. Have you guys come on in? And they'll get there by... You guys are moving, right? Where's those horses? I want to see the horses walking down. By 10 o'clock in 9 days. Two boats slipping through. What have we got? Transports? Now that they see what we're doing, they want to get those boats back. Look at that guy. 4,000, not 4,000, look at this, look at his stats. The same guy as before, but still, I'm in amazement. Is that the benefit they get, aligned with the HRE instead? Oh, they're coming back. They're coming back directly to us. They see what we're doing. Nope. Nope and out of there. We'll come back over home side. Then reassess the situation. We do have more transports, which at the very least will... We've only got galleys on our middle flank, though. No, that's not this showing. That's showing number. We got one galley here, the Bolzano. 2 galley. 3 galley on the left. I don't know about that distribution. A weak center, a weaker right flank. 2 galleys by themselves. And a whole lot of spread on the right, on the left, I mean. Whereas there... We could probably take them. My transport boats are actual garbage because they have no cannons. But they could basically just be fodder. They could soak up the attacks while my actual cannons do the work of blasting their guys apart. We'll have wider frontage if we spread them out, won't we? I'm gonna do the terrible decision and rebalance units based on what the game thinks is more balanced. 5-5-4. 1 traditional galley and 1 cog. Traditional galley, Mediterranean galley, a cog. Most of my galleys are on the left. What the heck? Could I arrange myself where they go to? Detach units. I could press balance unit, and I'll just spread them out wherever it wants to. But how do I manually balance them? I could split in half. Repair. Build to Navy, but I got no sailors. Maybe this is where Google formation. Formation. Okay. So they have their galleys, 3 on each flank. How do I actually move you guys? Current strength is 8% for my transport. You guys on the right, you guys in the middle, you guys on the left. Current strength is 9%. Morale's really good. Alright, so at 100% on a transport, 99% on a transport. My actual galleys are at 9 and worse strength, and I'm pretty sure that actually matters. So maybe for now, we'll just send them back home to repair. Get their capacity back up, and then go back on the offensive. Because I'm sure that they were just hoping that they could come back, tackle a few more of my boats. Okay, set you to repair ship. Friendly port to repair. These guys are still locked down. And Cagliari is apparently set to do a suicide mission. Are they going to try to blockade me? Where are they going? Because their guys aren't leaving. They want to try to take more of Sardinia. They are chasing after me. It's not going to work. Now that our boat has vanished from their eyes. $58 is in red. Lower numbers are in red, so I'm going to assume that's no good. Lack of commanders for the 4th Army, that's fine. What other commanders do we have? See, going by their total strength, The best we got for a more balanced spread is 69, 62, 70, 60, 77, 48. Serious lack of food for my armies. And we knock out the force of the faction Casus Belli on Pisa for the next 5 years. Oh, it looks like Genova is actually bleeding down into... Are they, or am I going... I can't remember what the condition was yesterday. This damn plague has changed up the nature of who's got the better pooling power to their markets. Tar, lumber, naval supplies, wharfs. All my wharfs aren't at full capacity. 75% due to lack of tar and lumber. Man, this is an insult. I got so much lumber. I just don't have people to actually produce it. More people have been taken away because of the war, but I'd have people on standby if it wasn't for the plague killing all my populations. You can see where smallpox gave us a big drop, and then we're stable for a while after smallpox. We take over Sicily, more population, then boom, Black Death. In coast. He's just hanging around doing nothing. But pretty soon... Set of 58... Minus 33 sailors for repairing ships. I don't know if my boats are actually going to get repaired then if I don't have the sailors. Like, is this just, as long as the ships are repairing, then the sailors are ticking down, and I can't get any more sailors into the settings until the repairs are done? Or is it that because I don't have the sailors, the repairs are never going to get done? The people demand grains, fruit, rice, gems. Building needs lumber, lumber, lumber. How insulting is it that all the wealth in my forest and I still have to import lumber? And while we're here... Oh, right, we're in the fly trap. So we gotta go out and around. We'll just wait here then. Put all these bodies together. Someday, population. Someday we'll get you back to pre-smallpox numbers. How's Pisa's war doing? They're at a stalemate. They haven't had any shifts yet. Oh, they're moving! The 58, still 58. We'll see if it improves next month. Aragon's not being a very active participant in this. Oh, they're moving some guys down to their boats. Their 5 transports are gonna get lost at sea. I don't know why they aren't just using their galleys. They got no other war going on. It's just this one. There's no harm in letting their boats participate. Arrive in Sassari. In Sassari. Oh, this they're I see. They're putting their boats down for repair then. And picking up 4,000 dudes with their just with transports. This is a foolhardy idea, but which way are they going? If they're only transports, again, Governor Newsom, cover your ears. I know that's a very offensive sequence of syllables for Newsom. They're going up. Are they trying to relieve? We could take our 8,000 out, because they're probably going to go after this guy. And it would seem that they are. I can't tell if this is saying we have to go there, up to Bardi, and then down, or if that's just the way it paints going to the right there, directly across. I don't see enemy boats. But this is hidden. They could have parked down. And the armies and boats are then hidden. Unraised army levies. There can't be that many. A total of 1 army levies. Oh. I got 1 guy could hire up. Oh, 317. Nah, I think I'll wait then. August, still at 58, so I think the repairs just aren't going to happen so long as we don't have the sailors for them. It's a minus 32, but a minus 32 for sailors that don't exist, and because the sailors don't exist, the repairs don't exist, maybe. We do have to go up and then over. Excommunicate Chur. Who's Chur? High Alamanic? Well, Bishopric of Chur. What are their own bishops? If this spits in the HRE's eye. Wrong button. There it is. Levies. There's what I'm looking for. Excommunication. We could vote no. We could vote yes. I can't change the target, huh? Be nice if I could, but I'm gonna vote yes. Why not? Excommunicates the ruler of the target country. An international status of a ruler with a severe religious and diplomatic penalty. All countries of the same religion gain minus 100 opinion of the excommunicated country. An excommunicated ruler casus belli. Conqueror cost is cheaper. Subjugation cost is cheaper. No change in antagonism. So, given we have this whole conflict going on between the Pope and the HRE, couldn't we reasonably excommunicate them? We could also spend our religious influence, it seems. To gain extra maritime presence for 10 years. Imperial authority modifier. We're no empire, so that doesn't matter for us. But I wouldn't mind getting 10 years of maritime presence. We'll vote yes for now. If Pope wants to excommunicate the churs and chur, then why not? Alright, so we caught their army. They got the better quality commander. And they also got... What terrain is this? Hills. Only a +1 penalty in combat for the attackers. They got better commander. They got the terrain benefit, but we got the numbers. What's it gonna do? What's it gonna do? Our morale is already looking worse, although their left flank is faltering. -35 on the siege there. I don't like how much my morale is dipping, and their left has recovered. The bastards. But they're getting bigger drops. I think they've lost their morale. We've broken their backs. Get 'em! Get 'em! And once the left falters, it'll be 2 against 1 on the center. And their right's going pretty bad too, so their center might hold, but not when it's all 3 against 1. And with their armies taken, 500 on our side, lost, to kill 1,300 of theirs. And now it doesn't matter what boats they have, because now there's no risk of their armies landing in our place. My poor repairs are never going to happen. Where are they gonna go? Are they gonna go towards Genova? Or are they gonna try to go further afield? From Genova, arrive in Savona. And we can't just walk directly to Savona. We gotta start shimming around everybody else first. That we haven't asked for military access rights for. Hey, Swedish guy, what's the plan for tonight? The same as every night? Try to take over the world? Or at the very least, Genova. Did they park their boats back down? If they park their boats back down, we could bring our boats back up. And then just funnel folks, funnel folks. For the time being, let's try to help with this with the siege here. That's the final Borgo. You've seen it here first. Fourth Army lacks a commander. Chillin' chum with the watch streak. 3-hole streak. A boop to you too. Boop. Supply shortage. We're experiencing it too with our attrition. And there goes their boats. They're probably picking their guys up here. I really thought the Aragonese are going to be of more help. The 8th Army is 23 guys. Second Army, 144 of them. What's this, light ships or actual light ships? What if I attach mine to theirs, and maybe if they have that comfort of numbers? You wonder how this map compares to Voltaire's Nightmare mod? I don't know. I haven't listened to Voltaire in years. What were the albums that were out most recently when I was listening to Voltaire? Was it something like Riding a Black Unicorn Down a Volcano? Hate Lives in a Small Town, or whatever his country album was. Not really country, but country chic. I feel that the novelty of Voltaire wore off pretty quickly for me. There's a few songs of his that I enjoy. But I'm not like mega for him, you know? Their allies from all the way out here have finally come down. I didn't think... Oh, man. They've actually got the reinforcements coming through. Okay. We're gonna have to do a capital strike on them then. Before more of these guys appear. If I just take this, it'll be a small prize. But it'll be a good enough spin in their eye. Unprofitable trades. Schmack it out. I'm gonna need more wood. We do have a fort all the way in the mountain, but they could just walk past it down here. That's kind of pointless to me. Look at all these little shields. I didn't expect they'd actually arrive. They're coming ever closer. They're almost at the Pope. I thought I was safe with the understanding that maybe they would have to arrange a whole lot of military access first to get through here. And it looks like I was grossly wrong. Are they going straight for the fort? The maid a draft? The fear of catching the plague while serving a sick nobleman is too great for the lower classes to handle, no matter how much the wages may be raised. The nobility are now demanding the right to draft the commoners into service. No. Institute the draft, lose stability. I don't mind the nobility having the right to military command. If they want benefits and privilege, they gotta spill their blood for it. But they don't have the rights to the people. Clean your own properties, lose legitimacy. Lose 20 estate satisfaction with the nobility. They'll be down to 30. Sucks. Hate to be them. Alright, fort maintenance jumped up, thankfully. They're actually going straight for the fort, but... Where did you guys come from? Hold up. Bohemia. Going directly against Bohemia here. Well, that's 10% war score for us. Damn! Going toe-to-toe with the Holy Roman Emperor himself. I'm gonna have to capitulate quicker than I expected for smaller gains than I expected. But that's okay. Unused trade capacity. Get some more tar. Oh, that's a current trade. At least they're gravitating directly to this fort here. Minus 49 in a race against minus 14. Definitely bit off more than I could chew with this. No, they're going for No. They're smart, they've split up. I might just have to give up on this endeavor. I mean, look at Aragon. They got 8,000 guys there. They got so many boats, and they're not really doing anything to help me out here. Let's raise the speed. It's gonna be Imperator Rome all over again with losing my heartland while I try to siege. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's a done deal. So, we have more lessons learned here. We can get our armies on over here. But in the time it takes to get stuff done, I didn't expect them to actually be able to make it all the way down. Let me see something. Well, we can't see something now because we're in full retreat. Let's do some exploration here of different possibilities. Because there's no way that they have enough diplomatic leverage to request military access from everyone. But I've also noticed that in this war with Genoa, I could just march my guys to every single country around Genoa. But those other countries are not hostile to me, and we don't have military access with them. So now I'm having to wonder how much of a scam military access actually is. Oh, that's the wrong save. That's not all within the same year, is it? Oh. Was it? Well, I guess I can't experiment. What I was going to do... I thought that the war had gone on long enough. It would have produced an autosave by then. And so I was gonna check one thing, then go back, whatever. But I guess that was so brisk then! For their armies to come on over? I was going to see... See, because I can't just march through everybody. Oh, well now I feel bad. Now I feel bad because I was only gonna go back and check on like what the extent of my ability to march through everybody else was. I didn't mean to go all the way back to before the war. I'm so used to like in Crusader Kings or something. If you're making progress on a siege, you're likely 3 years into a war. But I guess it helps that ship speed is a whole lot quicker in this game too. And I guess coming off of Imperator Rome, where to balance the ability to shuffle ships around the Mediterranean, that makes ship travel so very slow in comparison to how it should be. So since a lot of this was watching battles here or there, watching the boats go around, I thought we at least passed the 1 year mark. So, since I've inadvertently brought us all the way back to before the war even happened, probably not going to repeat it then, but we do have lessons learned from it, and the whole point is, new game, learn the lessons. Genoa is allied to the Pope, supporting air. Maybe there's more to this Holy Roman Empire stuff than I thought. 'Cause sure, we joined in and called to arm to Bohemia. Is in the Holy Roman Empire with Genoa. It wasn't everyone in the Holy Roman Empire that joined with. Bohemia, because we're attacking somebody in the HRE, I guess. So I guess it answers that then. If we attack somebody in the HRE, then the current emperor of the HRE is going to join force with. But then there was a whole bunch of guys over here too who rallied in. So let me see. Privileges and duties of the Emperor. Enforce Landfried. Just unity, demand unlawful territory. Bolster the Imperial Army. So what's the mechanism that made all these little guys join up with you? Because not everyone did. What makes a war against one participant of the HRE draw in not just the Emperor, but some guys along here and nobody else? It's not free cities, it's not the Archbishop electors or the Prince electors. Not the prelates. Is it Imperial Princes? Do they just have the option of saying, yeah, we'll join, or no, we won't? But this also means I kind of wasted that Senato. If Genoa... If it wasn't for these armies marching in, we would have had them. I also didn't want to go all the way back to just before the war even, because I figured if I left this army alone and just kept all of my guys here, maybe we would have had enough force sieging down Genova that we would have been able to just siege it down faster. We're getting some good progress up until that second army attack came in. Though I also need less sucky allies. Aragon. Well, if we're gonna bump on over to before the war even happened, tragically, then maybe I'm gonna take that one as a loss. We do have 5 years for this Casus Belli. Well, 4 years actually. That's plenty of time. We have Pisa coming up. We'll take them, or at the very least force them into faction. They've only got the one guy here, though they are allied with. They're also part of HRE, so Bohemia is going to respond to that, as will these guys around him. But it's one dude, less boats, and forts. They got one fort in Pisa, and a whole lot less dudes. So we could just boat our guys over, drop down weight. And shouldn't take as long, wiggling my boats around, trying to play all coy. Four years to rebuild population. %. Maybe we'll keep the maintenance as. It's not a huge difference anyway. Just so when the time for war does happen, we just pop right over. But man, I really am embarrassed though. I thought I had to save in the war itself though, not just before it. Gonna be kicking myself internally about that for a bit. But Pope, as long as we haven't done the... You haven't done your excommunication yet. Could we choose a target for excommunication? Oh, we can't choose Bohemia himself. Sure is gonna get excommunicated anyway. Nobody we could take advantage of down here. Kingdom of England. Kingdom Mallorca. But nobody I could really benefit from taking advantage of. Mallorca is relatively independent. They are being annexed directly by Aragon. And Aragon is our overlord. But given that Aragon and I are allies, if we were to declare war on Mallorca... Oh, they'd be obligated! It'd be directly in war against Aragon. It's not a case of, well, they're allies, but we have their allies as our allies. No. Their overlordship status overrides the alliance we have with them. Someday we'll have sailors again. What do my people desire? Grains, fruit, rice, and furs. Buildings. Require so much lumber, so much tar. I feel kind of walled in by the whole population thing. Because first smallpox and the plague. I could build more RGOs and lumber producing regions, which I got plenty of. I could build more wharfs, so I could produce more sailors to produce more boats. But every single building and every single RGO that I build and improve on is going to be worthless in the long run. Or at least the medium run, because I'm still waiting for all these people to come back in. I'm a ghost town, practically. Okay, control's decent here. Gave me freeze? Alright, just hung up for a while. Bitrate looks okay. The last time it froze up like that was when a disconnection message popped up, but there's nothing like that right now. Though... 93% for the force into faction. And how's that insult, Cassaspelli? Insulted us is for 4 more years. Ascoli. We have 4 years for you, Ascoli. They like us by 45. Which means that's not so much fondness. That we get a stability drop. It'll only be Ascoli and Venice against us. If we go against them. Because these guys are nicer. They're Ghibelline assholes. But they're not HREs, they're not pulling in Bohemia. Okay. So I think once we get this force into faction done, we'll start with Pisa. And then respond to the insult with the Ascoli. Ever the while. I don't know, man. I don't know if we could do Genoa. I wanted to. They seem pretty small and innocent. How close is Bohemia to dying? He's young. My distant cousin, even. What if I try to make an alliance? No, no. It's gonna be like the overlordship status of Mallorca. Just because we're an ally doesn't mean he's going to ignore his own charges. Minus 175. We're rivals. They made me their rival. I don't think I reciprocated. Base of 40, negative opinion, border distance. Maybe I should have accepted that alliance with the Kingdom of Hungary after all. They offered me one a long time ago, but I figured, why the heck would I do that? They're all the way over there. They got no boats. They would have to march all through these guys, but they don't have any military access. And now we see that Bohemia could just march on through all of these guys, and when we were stuck in Geneva and wanted to go to Savona, we couldn't go directly to because of the forced influence, but we can go to Novi, which is part of Pavia, and then over to Alessandra and Aki, and then back on down. So there's apparently moments when you can just march through people who you don't have military access with. I don't know if you have to be at war with it during it for it to work. Like right now, I can't just march through everybody. There's no access. Until I can, and then suddenly I can. Just take a tour of everybody else to go next door. With Pavia not minding, Alessandra not minding, Montferrat not minding, apparently. You guys are at war, go ahead. Take our roads, take our orchards. It's a shame though, because I was doing so good with that. We kicked their navy's ass once, hid away for a bit, and then their navy got stuck over there. We brought guys on over to sit. I have the strongest urge to do it again, but I know that'd be foolish. Plus 500 a month across my entire country. Casus Belli gained. Force into faction. We could force him into faction. And we could also try to conquer them anyway. Okay, Pisa. Be kind to us. We just got our teeth kicked in 2 days in a row. He's HRE. So this isn't going to be very, very good for us. Bohemia's gonna join in. Bologna gonna join in, I expected. I figured I could march from Pisa to Bologna and take them both. But since Bohemia is also going to be involved, I think the only real option is to sit on Pisa, wait, and try to capitulate quickly. Aragon doesn't want to, it's -8. Papal States... I have the best allies, I really do. Lacks border, target opinion, levy availability. I get all my nothingness guys though, with their no boats, with their no armies. All my perfect little vassals. Take the Pisan capital to force them into our faction. We have the weaker navy though. Huh. Okay, let me do some testing around real quick. I'm not gonna like go back and forth test around. Force into faction, declare war. It's always all of these guys. This little sphere of influence right here. Truces, subjects, maybe that's it. Maybe it's because he's got all, yeah, they're all his subjects, that's why. Him and his subjects. Which is all the more reason why we were supporting, say, the Prince Bishop of Salzburg to be next Emperor of the HRE. Salzburg has some alliances, so they would have been drawn in, I'm sure, maybe. But they don't have this big overlordship relationship along their borders. Should we have gone with Austria instead to support? We have allies. A couple. Okay. Let's try it this wise. And I guess transport boats wouldn't be the worst. Boats. I should probably put a fort over here since If we get guys marching this way. But force is more money. Two days. 1 day. Can we embark? Embark army. Where'd they go? The way it shows the location for boats is very weird if they got a place they have to get to. So would you look at that? If I'm in war, it turns out, yeah. If I'm in war, I could totally just march over everybody else. Huh. See, I didn't know that. I thought that military access was absolute. I haven't played EU4 in forever, but I remember being stymied in war early on when I was playing because what? I can't just march over these guys like I can in Crusader Kings? I gotta ask everybody politely first? But I totally can just march on over them. I guess that explains why the Pope has been going through my fields during that one crusade of his even after I left. Neat. So we technically... effective in 22nd July... technically don't need boats to get around. I really... so part of my calculus for who am I going to attack, who am I going to invade, yada yada yada, was down to, well, I can't possibly get military access to get through all of these guys. It's gonna cost one whole diplomat each. Well, I could just march through them. Navy's too small. What if I combine these navies? And then Pisa's right over there. Yeah, you see how weird that is? It shows where they're going to be, but not where they are. My navy isn't there, so why is it showing my navy is there and not here? That's not any useful information. There's no way that's right. There's got to be some kind of graphical bug. Hey, my guys are all the way up there already. Yeah, that's just weird behavior. That's not... there's no way that's intended. Otherwise, it behaved the same way each time, every time. We're gonna capture any boats? Capturing boats is flood an Imperador. Oh, we didn't take any on. Okay, it's quicker to sail than to march. We'll go one more further. 33 boats, huh? and land directly on them. I don't see the Pisan army. So unless they're all marching down over here, and they're hidden, they're probably waiting on those 33 boats. Expired medicaments. Doctors are the experts of the field of sanitation have begun to warn that nearly half the medicaments in our markets are expired or contaminated by filler material meant to increase the net weight sold. These expired goods pose not only a health risk, but could also result in the further spread of the Black Death. I don't think so. I know it's still a global situation that's going on until no location has a disease present. But, we're kinda safe. We don't exactly have to worry anymore. Burn the medicants, lose money. The burgers will pay for the expired goods. I don't mind losing the burger estate satisfaction, cause that just rises back up to equilibrium anyway. But losing 25 trade advantage. Nuh-uh. Just burn the money. Excommunicate, sure. Sure will. Who's on the war again? That's right. Bohemia and all of them are in also. Okay, since we don't have to wiggle around with boats, I could just go straight here. Can we siege this down with the quickness? With his 81, he's got better siege, right? Siege ability plus 8.1%. I think I'll keep these guys over here. Merge them together. Commander is going to be pretty decent all-arounds here. Because some guys are going to want to come down this way. So we bring our boats back up after all. The AI knows that they don't have to actually ask for military access. Asking for military access from everyone is a scam. You could just walk right on over him. Look at him. I'm sure the Pope isn't giving him permission to attack his ally. Are you, Papa? Where's military access? Receiving military access. He's got alliances with everybody. Subject states. He's got so many enemies. England is the enemy of the Pope. France is the enemy of the Pope. Georgia. Mallorca. Yeah, they're not given military access. Got to the mountains before they could. %, we've already made some headway. How's our burgers looking? 48.28, they're gonna get there soon enough. Oh, status quo. The worst two words of the game. Even with the war ongoing and drawing people out of the fields, we're still getting a 523 per month of population increase. So at least I'm not killing my repopulation efforts this way. It's just really, really slow. Status. No, not Cisco. Drop by 7. We got some unfortunate armies coming in. 5,000? Who's that? Whose eagle is that? Zagan? Are they gonna bypass this mountain entirely? No, they're coming straight to us. They don't know that we're there. See, now we got to January. I thought we had an autosave by then. I was wrong. Only lost 100 guys up in the mountains. So are they going to come to relieve here? Or are they going to try to take that mountain? They got 7,000 guys. And they're coming down. Controversial protectionist. Since our advisors started to influence the trade developments of the two Sicilies, internal trade has been strengthened at the cost of curtailed imports and increased state regulation. While the advisors' decisions to improve infrastructure have been appreciated, recent suggestions have caused many influential people to question their philosophy. Detractors argue that the Queen is taking their advisors' advice too readily, and that we should look for mutually beneficial deals with the other nations, rather than seeking to dominate every area of trade. Lose legitimacy, methods helped us thus far. Lose prestige. We should facilitate free trade, not restrict it. So the only thing I'm losing here really is legitimacy or prestige. I'm already bleeding out prestige with little ways to regain it. Oh, we're not actually gonna win the— oh, man. So, if war in the Italies, with those who are part of the HRE still, means that Bohemia and their subjects march on down so quickly, so quickly, they're like not quite an airplane. They got a jeep or something getting them through these mountains. I feel like that's going to inform a decision away from trying to do too much war in northern Italy. My first actual loss this war as all these flies come swarming in. They're not gonna be content just sitting everybody up here either. They're gonna be spreading out. But all I gotta do is take Pisa's capital, so maybe we could Imperator Rome this and accept some disadvantage in my countryside where I got low control anyway, if it means rushing through here faster. Having my boats out here, but not doing take supply, give supply was a pretty dumb decision. Could have saved on so many troops lost to attrition. $42 versus 14. And now there they go spreading around. And then 13,000. And then there goes us. There goes us. Lost. Yeah. I don't know, I feel like maybe if I was already doing the using my ships to get supplies, give supplies, I wouldn't have lost as many people on attrition. Let's roll that back. See if we could cheat this one out. I could also simply march my troops over and not have to wait for the boats in the first place. But boats are so much quicker than marching. Though who knows, maybe they're not. Maybe the march speed is so much faster, given how quickly it takes the Bohemians and their subjects to get all the way through how many mountain ranges to get here. This could also just be the stream where we learn that military expansion is not on my cards at all until I spend a few more decades building roads all over my place, regaining control everywhere, getting population back up. Were these guys hit with a bad population? Where's their pop? Yeah, they got hit pretty hard too. 1.053 million. We have 1.6 million. At least I'm not the only one sucking on population drops then, from all this disease. Let's give that another go. Force into faction. So what should we do differently this time? What can we do differently even? Marching our guys over, putting our guys over here worked well, but we kept losing troops to attrition because I hadn't pushed the little buttons here that collects food from nearby ports and distributes food to nearby armies. It's a no-brainer to use it. These guys in the boats. Can't put these guys in the boats yet because that's too many. Army too big. Now, leaving these guys over the mountains here felt pretty smart. Because for the most part, they were kicking out armies that tried to come on in. At some point, they'll send an army too big for our defenses to manage. But we could enjoy the privilege of getting some decent ass kicking while we can. Boat on over. You are not up there already, don't fool me. And then set the boat. Gather food, distribute food. So, we lost 4,000 dudes by attrition alone before that stack of armies got here. If we keep it at 9,000, it should be an easier time. What's up? You're pointing at little Toasty sleeping here? Being fed their supplies. So we're gonna maintain the 9,000 here without losing so many people. Half the army to attrition this time. What are they doing? They're 1-2 shy. Get up there, you assholes. Luigi, 69, 62, 70. Moose we don't care about. Should we go with 85, 70, 43? Prestige, prestige. Less discipline, less combat speed. 7 discipline, 35 combat speed. Initiative 62, morale 12. Frontage, correct section. Luigi it is. And he'll, in the process of taking command, be effective in half a month. Oh no! Half a month without Luigi being effectively in command. While these guys march on over. We're still gonna win though. Only lost 90 people that time. Resolution to vote on, excommunication. Yeah, alright. We'll vote sure. You know, we can request aid against the opposing faction of the Guelphs and Ghibellines. I haven't taken advantage of that. So maybe war against Genoa is possible. If I ask for all these little guys to help out. Request the aid of the target country in our war against the opposing faction. So that doesn't sound like it's everybody we could ask to join in then. It sounds like I could ask one person, maybe at a time, to help out. Come on, 49, don't give me status quo. Supply shortage? Food shortage? We're rolling better dice this time. They just keep giving us good dice. Supply shortage. Then we might not need to fight whoever's gonna come on in anyway. $5,000 coming this way at half morale, 7,000 coming in, about 1/3 morale. The Pope does have some armies, some boats. He's got galleys. He's got Mediterranean galley. He's got as good as I've got. Imagine if we had his boats helping us out. A little bit more presence up to these northern waters. More nobility in the army. With the increased privilege of nobility come additional duties. They are expected to serve in the army as officers and true gentlemen. Yeah. Which turtle from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle is the hottest one? That is a good question. They all work out and engage in combat, and that produced a lot of body heat, Swedish guy. Michelangelo eats a lot of pizza, that's his thing, right? He's the eater of the group. And all that mass would also produce more body heat. So I think scientifically speaking, if they all work out, then they're all gonna have like a baseline of extra mass, extra metabolic activity that's going to raise their heat across the board. But if we add on that Mikey is more of a glutton than everybody else, that's more calories and more calories being burned, he's doing a whole lot more of the bulk and cut cycle. Especially given that he's not exactly a pudgy turtle, he's as cut as the rest of them. So I'm gonna have to say that probably Michael then. Michael probably produces the most body heat. The Raphael is hot-headed, and that could also get him raising his body temperature if he's feeling especially passionate. Donatello is a smart one, right? And burning out of brain power also burns calories. But I think I'm gonna stick to my Michael answer. They could always lead the masses, societal value towards aristocracy, and society values towards quantity. I do want it in towards quantity. No, I want it in quality. The best should lead. Change societal value towards plutocracy, and change towards quality. So what's the aristocracy and plutocracy difference again? Discipline increase, and noble power, and more expensive court with the aristocracy dominant. Trade efficiency, cheaper cost of court and burger power. The best should lead. Quality and plutocracy. There comes that 7,000. That might be too much for my guys of the mountains here. I should probably move them then. Hills. What's this one? Is that mountain? That's plateau. Mountain. Oceanic forested mountain. There's a -2 attacker penalty in combat. So even though they have double against us, I feel like we could maybe roll some decent dice here. If the 7,000's coming down this way, and not towards here. 8,000? Half morale? 8,000, half morale. Attacking into the mountains. We could maybe roll some good dice. We're set to lose. Very likely that we'll lose. Don't come back. Even when the bar goes all the way to the right and locks in, it just disappears sometimes. They got more of both of these. Higher morale, terrains to our benefit. They got the jump on us on every single commander stat with a bigger army and better quality. Do I have time to run? Do we have time to run? We don't have time to run. I could maybe try to kill as much of them as we can. $600 against 100, but then there's 2,000 in reserve. 16, 11 and no reserves. Our left flank is completely gone. So it's gonna be all doubling up and bullying here. They got so much more frontage. Okay. How do the casualties look right now? 162 versus 200. They had some guys retreat. There's prisoners you could take, apparently. Okay, we're losing so much more now. This isn't turning into a glorious stand. This is gonna become a massacre now. I'm gonna say full retreat. Lost 234 of ours to kill 180 of theirs. And now they'll get to sit on a mountain. %, we could take this pretty quickly. Let's have them start taking Piombino. What? A couple of things popped up there. I didn't see the previous one because I was pressing a different button. This is a boat battle? A boat battle happened? Oh, I see. We took over Pisa and attacked their boats. Which means you're going to be automatically capturing these areas around it, and with the subject of the war being 100% occupied, that's a win for us. %, it says. It's gonna be full control and 100% war score, I bet, once these two tick in. Oh, we got 2 casualties. Better just be our transport levies that we lost then. Oh, too much to embark. Actually, I could lower my levies from over here. Let's disembark them for now, wait for the war to finish. 16% only! Ticking, 7 battles, occupation. I guess it's not enough to simply take everything in the war target and their whole country if they have all their other allies still available. We're learning so much. We could white peace out and they'll be happy. Pisa province? Seized land treaties. They'll accept me taking Pisa, Livorno, Montedera. How about this little bit over here? -9 to take Piombo with them. That counts as Crossetto. What other options do we have? Annuls all trees Bologna. Pays war reparations. No. Seize land. Country treaties. They'll accept becoming vassal. .54 diplomatic capacity to maintain the relationship. They'll always join defensive wars. They'll join offensive wars if the subject is not a subject Pisa. And we can start annexing them after 10 years. Force faction change to join the Guelphs, so be happy with that too. We gain prestige, they lose prestige. Force them to join the Guelphs, and force them to become my vassal. I think that's good enough. I don't have to directly take their land, because they'll still pay tribute to me. See, that is good. I like that. Pisa becomes a vassal of the two Sicilies, and the faction change is forced. Good. Good. So, Genoa alone wouldn't be too bad. It would take some naval trickery, but then Bohemia and all their subjects starts pouring down over the mountains. And after 2 major diseases, we can't exactly handle all that. But Pisa we got now? And that's also weakening the Ghibellines ever further. That's 1 power taken away. How do the Ghibellines have 24% progress? 25 to 24 now. How was progress even calculated here? Internet. It is time for you to come to my rescue. Situations, EU5 wiki, EU5 subreddits, trying to beat the Ghibellines as the Guelphs. Playing as a Pope, decide to go back to an earlier save to try and win this situation as a Guelphs. Have 3 things of note. Situations in general, don't get me wrong, love situations. I hate that the game doesn't tell you when it can do the situation actions. True. These things kinda pop up on me. If I'm not checking, then I don't know that they're available. The situation didn't even tell me that I became the Guelph's leader, especially during the first campaign when I wasn't expected to ever become the leader, since Naples seems so much stronger than me. Bug, ? Diplomatic option, providing people to the Guelph faction doesn't work. Maybe a known bug, because really hard to miss. You can't force your vassals into your factions because of how the situation calculates progress. Subject-based expansion in Italy does not help you win the situation. Which is why we opted for vassaldom and forcing their faction change. Difficulty, maybe just bad at the game, true statement by the way, but it seems ridiculously hard to win this as the Guelphs. For context, the strength of each faction is based on each side's collective tax base. Unfortunately, Bohemia is a fucking menace to this game, not only having an insane tax base of their own lands, but also expanding in rather erratic ways by taking bites out of various countries. Bohemia in my game is a territorial exclave as far-flung as Neumark to Montferrat to Dalmatia. As Guelphs have literally every major Italian power except Milan, and then it's not even enough. Historically, it seems the situation bleeds into the Italian wars of the 16th century, but in EU5, the situation will end long before that. No replies, so no guidance. Situation, Guelphs and Ghibellines on the wiki. Well, if at the Papal States, Emperor of the HRE in every country that is located in the region of Italy, or a member of the Guelphs or Ghibellines International Organization. Divided into 2 sides of the international organization, Guelphs and Ghibellines. All countries that become involved in the situation afterwards have a 2% chance to pick a side. Most powerful country to organization will be the leader and gain access to additional situation actions. Situation tracks the progress made by both Guelphs and Ghibellines based on their total tax income compared to the total tax income of all countries that have a capital in the region of Italy. So this progress bar isn't, I wouldn't say progress bar, the progress percentage, which doesn't even explain it, is who's making the most tax, not exactly influence. Situation can end in one of 3 ways. It'll end if the Guelphs reach 100% progress, or the Ghibellines no longer exist. Every country in the region of Italy that is part of the HRE will leave the international organization. Cool. It will end if either the Ghibellines reach 100% progress or the Guelphs no longer exist. Every country with a capital located in the region of Italy, but not in Apulia, Lazio, Campania, Principato, Basilicata, Calabria, Sicily, will join the HRE. So everyone in the north gets absorbed by the HRE unless we win, then the HRE loses everyone they have in Italy. It will end automatically if neither side makes enough progress before 1437, 100 years after game start. We have 90 years. 95 years. All countries that are a member of the Guelphs or Ghibellines will lose 10 of prestige and 5 government power. Now, technically, the wording of the wiki is we will lose minus 10 prestige and minus 5 government power. If we lose minus prestige and minus government power, that means we gain. Losing negatives is a positive. Nah, it's just sloppy writing. It's not programmed that way. Every country with its capital located in the region of Italy and members of both the Guelphs and Holy Emperor will leave both international organizations. So we're doing a tax war. Whoever has the most tax by 100 years after game time wins. And either everyone in northern Italy exits the Holy Roman Empire, or everyone in northern Italy joins the Holy Roman Empire. And if neither of us gets enough tax by 100 years' time, then the situation just peters out and we all just feel a little bit bad for it. Request aid. Select a country from the same side to join a war against a country from the opposing international organization. Can only ask help from countries, independent countries, within diplomatic range. 50% chance they accept, 50% chance they refuse, and give a -50 opinion penalty. And there's a 1-year cooldown on that. Support imperial rival. We've been doing. Sanction the empire. We've been doing. That lowers their trade efficiency, increases their trade maintenance. So if we keep sanctioning them, that will stall their ability to get tax. They could sanction the papacy. The Guelph's international organization gains a sanction of the papacy modifier, -1% trade efficiency plus 10% trade maintenance. So we could just keep on slapping it towards each other. But now we have a vassal, and now they're properly Guelph. Could I disband my navies from here? My levies? I could raise, but there's no easy disband button. Fifth Armory disband. Return to original location. We'll lose 147 men from 3 regiments. Where's the detached levies? Detached levies. Disband the levies. And then we'll take these guys home. What's his heart? Disloyal subjects, Pisa. Low subject loyalty will not join our wars. That's okay, we just kicked their ass. They have no army worth talking about right now anyway. They're providing tax. They're providing support towards the Guelph. And that's all they gotta do. Sicilian Union voted to enact Unified Succession Law. Unified Succession Law is enacted. Hooray. Don't you worry, Navy levies. We'll drop you guys down. Detach levies. Fishing boats, fishing boats, fishing boats. Disband the unit. And we are not going to get sailors ever again. These 9 boats are gonna be it. Okay, and now we have Ascoli on our border who insulted us. They're not part of the HRE, thankfully. They have an alliance with Venice. Do I want to try to take Venice with this war? Venice has 13 boats. primarily galleys. They can make traditional galleys, and so they have traditional galleys. And not a lot of soldiers, but they also have a whole lot of spread. So they probably have better access to pirates and mercenary navies than we do. Okay, folks, you guys want books? You could have your books. Food imports. Ascoli expires in 3 years, and 3 years for the approved claim on province against Genoa. I might end up letting that expire. 3 years is kind of a long time, but also isn't. So let me grab a BRB real quick. Get a save in here. I can't believe I've iced all of my autosaves. We'll look at the pretty world map while we wait. And I shall be back with a fuller bladder, and hopefully the cats don't wake up. What is going on with Yuan? Great Yuan is being devoured by the Yuan nobles. I'm going to assume all of these guys have a suzerainty status with them, unless they just completely crap their pants. Alright, back in a bit. Alright, avert your eyes. We're gonna go back in. It's gonna flashbang us again. They gotta put some tinted windows onto the airplane for every time we break through the cloud cover. Alright, so. Oh, the broken heart went from on the right to onto the left. We still have our 12,900 levies. Ascoli is allied to Venice. It's tempting. Ascoli's super easy, they're just right over there. Then Venice has some boats, but not too many troops. I feel like I want to use the insult war with Ascoli as an excuse to bump our way over to Venice. Venice is part of the Ghibellines, right? They're northern Italians. No, Venice is actually Venice is one of our own. Venice cares for the Pope more than they care about the HRE. So Venice I don't want to touch. Not even to go to war with for land acquisition. Because occupying them will lower their prosperity and make them less tax friendly. I want to go against everybody else that's in this sickly, vomity piss color. Would you look at that? Bologna was one of ours, but they were willing to go against us because their allies crossed beyond the petty difficulties between the Pope and the Emperor. We do outnumber them a whole lot, and that gives us a very slight advantage on the progress so far. Cagliari. If we had favor, we could isolate them. Invite to Guelphs. Not a member of the Ghibellines. Then what do you call that sickly color? What do you call that sickly color there? Oh, not a member of the Ghibellines means we cannot ask them to join, because they're already in the faction. So I think that option... What's this? Legend key? Is only for early on, before the other parties in Italy have had the chance to choose who to join. Province? What do you say, province? You want to join the Ghibellines? Or the Guelphs, I mean? Marseille is in Italy. I mean, it's not in Italy. Who's to say that this won't become Italy over time? Their capital might not be in Italy, but they got a little bit here. Anything east of Nice is Italian, right? Then they got representative here, there. There's nobody else who hasn't picked a side. I don't think Trent counts. Not in Italy. I don't think this little bit over here counts. Oh, Salzburg is what matters. Maybe this would have, but because we're part of this, it doesn't. Oh. Ascoli time? They dare to insult us. And now... we get to show our superiority. Win more battles than the enemy. Conquer and subjugate is more expensive. Venice, Ragusa, and Candia joined in. That's alright. We're not even gonna need our boats, I bet. Well, let's go send them around anyway. Two weeks. 2 weeks to raise my armies. Increasing control is at 41% now. Over in Abruzzo Ultra. Let's get these 16s cleared out. Recovery effort. I had a bit of fighting going on there. We'll save that, because we might get more armies coming down soon enough. Reduce war exhaustion. It's only at 0.02. We lose 0.02 in a month. Legitimacy. Control. Witch trials in Città Ducale. People in the provinces suffer from famine, disease, and unfortunate events claim to sorcery and witchcraft. Again, well, we know the correct answer is no such thing as sorcery and witches, but we send a message to the Pope first. The Pope says, cease the witch hunts and trials immediately. I mean, if they won't listen to me, they gotta listen to the Holy Father, right? Plus we gain 5 religious influence doing it this way. Venetian boats. You know, let's go ahead then. We'll put our armies over here to blockade them. Send everybody over. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone. We've got some hidden eyeballs there. Maybe we'll wait at the border first. Where's my blockade command? Mission, right? Mission. Military objectives to blockade port in the Adriatic Sea, just over here. Canaro Cape alone. Which makes them go home. I don't understand how giving them mission just makes them go home. Are we blockading them? In prior Paradox games, all I would have to do was just put my boat in the sea zone, and as long as their boats aren't contesting my boats, it counts as a blockade. Here I give them the military objective, and no matter what military objective it is, they just go back home and park for a bit. Merge them all together. And now go for the kill. Oh, there's nobody here. We're hiding for nothing. Do they have no fort? Ascoli is their capital. Raise army levy in 11 days for 44 men. Claim throne Casus Belli on Achaia. You know what the cool thing about that is? They're my own people. It might not be a personal union with me controlling both country as queen, but Overlord is me. Being annexed by me in 3 years will be fully annexed. I don't have to claim throne at all. I guess it's not a separate thing, it's not gonna be here anyway. Alright. Send them all over. The Battle of the Cape barely lasted. Population needs, building needs at 0. Really? Alright. Then how's my people needs? Grains, fruits, books, and furs. We'll give them grains. I want them fed so they could be bred. Here come our Sicilians, slowly rising up. How is that not 100% war score? Have their entire stuff. I don't want to go against the Venetians so much right now. All that red of Venice and their subjects, they got to creep before I could. Seize land treaties. You know what? Just give me minus 19%. Or minus 19 to just take their land. I think I'm perfectly fine just taking them over. I don't want to vassalize them. Takes 0.22 diplomatic capacity. They'll accept a faction change. They'll accept vassalhood. I think I just want the whole hog. So what if I just disband these levies? Detach levies. Separate, what is it? Disband the levies. So they can go back home. We'll keep a token force here with these Sicilians. And then just let the war score tick up. And then we'll set these guys to patrolling the seas. So I could get more of my naval presence back up. $37 and raising. Dropping some naval presence. 38, good. Rising over the Papal States here. And speaking of which, it's an ongoing fight still between Napoli and Dubrovnik. Though it looks like, oh, look at that, because we got Pisa. We got a little bit more for the encroachment of the Naples market into northern Italy. We're gonna pinch them off over there. War score's got a tick per month now, right? Does this one have ticking war score? Because it is show superiority, insult received war, right? So for just taking them over, minus 18. So it did tick from 19 to 18. If we just wait for a year, and so. Is Venice actually going to set an army over? With our levies down, we're looking at, holy shit, 100 months for you Waste to get more grain growers. Unprofitable trade, fine cloth. Sure. We'll cut them out for now. The ones with the negatives. At least a few of them. Get rid of books. At least lumber is no longer in as much need. So I could expect my wharfs and naval supplies to be at better capacity. Grains, fruit, books, and rice. August, 13% war score still, minus 18 still. I don't think it'll let me seize land from, or at least not all this land, from just for this Casus Belli without getting a few more fights. So maybe I'll go ahead. Force their faction change, force them to become a vassal, and just call it there. Antagonism plus 2.62. That's alright. There's that detached levies. Detached levies. Drop the levies. These poor Sicilians marched all the way over, and they don't get to do anything. Now, Guelphs and Ghibellines, now that we've got 2 of the Ghibelline folks vassalized and their faction swapped over. 26 to 24. We're constantly inching further and further ahead. So when can we sanction the Empire again? 58, so in 6 more years. And support Imperial rival? Last 5 years, but it doesn't say when the last 5 years was. So if we want... What do we go for next then? We could just keep on going up. Fabriano. Camerino. Genoa was a pretty tough cookie. It's not so much their own strength, but the fact that Bohemia and all of Bohemia's little dudes end up joining in. We need a weaker Holy Roman Emperor. He's a hardy warrior. He's also malevolent. Have I picked up any other traits? 2 more years until my next ruler trait. And how's the Black Plague situation looking? Could it end yet? I don't see Black Plague anyplace else in Europe. I've seen people on the Steam discussion forum talk about Hawaii getting the Black Plague, which is ridiculous. So, maybe it's currently coursing through Africa or jumped over to the New World. Affected locations 3. There's only 3 more affected locations. All they have to do is peter out. And then I can get my $7 a month back without having to pay 20 stability. I could isolate our country until the end of the game. Gain stability with mass forgiveness. Paying for clerical services is 6.44 until the end of the game. Let me see something. Could I cheat the system? Because scaling costs are scaled to your current monthly income. Minus 25 a month. So, what would be the cost now to sponsor mass forgiveness? 6.44. If I let it tick. 6.44. Maybe it's not based on... Maybe it is based on how much I make per month, but I have to wait till the month ticks to the next month first. 6.22 is trade income. 6.44. Maybe it's scaled to my income without the expenses. But either way, that plan isn't working. Noble's taxed out the ass, Burger's taxed out the ass, Commodore's taxed out the ass. Let's get Army maintenance back down, Navy maintenance, Fort maintenance, diplomatic spending. Buildings are costing me 10 still. It's decimals for the unprofitable buildings. 0.000000000. That all isn't adding up to 10. "30 marketplaces are costing 2.77. 16 wharfs are costing 2. Man, those are supposed to be things that are giving me greater benefit. Buildings missing inputs in the following markets. I'm only seeing 1 building, 8 building. What the heck? I don't see all the things mentioned here. Though maybe some of it could be people missing. 9 more locations. Maybe they'll be more profitable once we have actual people in those places of business, making the business work. Oh, look at that, 3,000! We're getting a better increase of people per month. Manpower is still sucky, sailors are so sucky. How could I make new units? There's build to Navy. My poor ships. What to do with you boys? Rebalance 333. Traditional galleys in various states of disrepair. A cog. Not exactly wisdom of the ancients, so the game has just been released. Ship repair EU5. Ship's not repairing all the way EU5. Ship repair, how does it work? 2019, wrong game. Navy, Europa Universalis 5 Wiki. I have 3 ships that do not repair to 100% and are stuck at 83, 67, 61 respectively in port. All my wharfs are fully repaired, but this indefinite repairing is draining my sailors any ideas. If you go much higher than that, it's a different ship. Asked Theseus. Is the market fully supplied with naval supplies, having the same bug as Opian? Yes, I think they're supplied with naval supplies. Did you fix it? I'm experiencing the same thing as you 23 hours ago. Wiki, if a ship is damaged or located at a port that is owned or belongs to a country that gave fleet-basing rights, it will attempt to repair itself, which will draw sailors and gold. And that's it. That's all the wiki says. Five sailors a month, and we lose 14 sailors a month to ship repairs. Big Guild falls short. A guild in Lecce has found itself with insufficient funds to cover the damages of a shipment lost at sea. It is faced with the possibility of disbandment. Under normal circumstances, this is hardly a concern of the state. But burghers are asking for a bailout, demanding that the government pay for the loss in order to maintain the stability of the region. Allowing the guild to close could greatly upset the social order of Lecce. If we don't meddle in private business, lose stability. Bail them out for 171 and 20 burger estate satisfaction. They're at 50 already, and they like to be at 55. Agree to fund the guild if the guild comes under national control. 5 estate satisfaction, and we'll gain legitimacy. If we're gonna pay all this money, they gotta earn it. Fund the guild. Oops. Okay. Shall we start building some more roads then? Because I don't see myself attacking Genoa yet. Though since we have Pisa as a vassal now, do we have access to their pirates? Atri seafarers from Atri. Atri? Atri is ours. Viana do Castello pirates are not adjacent to one of our controlled locations. What are you talking about? It's located in Atri. Atri is owned by Kingdom of Two Sicilies. That's one of my locations. Oh. They've been hired up by Morocco, and they're currently in Tanja. All the way by the Straits of Gibraltar. This guy is no longer at war with Pisa. Should I go against Cagliari? They're the Ghibellines, and they're also protected by Aragon, which means if I want to attack them, I gotta attack Aragon. Aragon, could you get your guy to join the other faction? Genoa is a big fish here. They are leader of the Ghibellines. Royal marriage with Venice. Military access to Venice. Supporting the heir of Aquila. Casus but a target of us. And they're the fucking Holy Roman Emperor. Or the Holy Roman Empire, so Bohemia and their subjects are gonna kick our teeth in if we try to go against them. Sabotage our reputation won't make the HRE deny a call to arms. Assassinate character. 75 spies, and there's a chance of spy discovery above 25. What else could we do? We could deny them market access, lose market attraction in the two Sicilies, lose 100 opinion of us. Savoy, Chur, Milan, Provence, Lucca, Mantua, Prato, Ferrara, Florence all lose 2 opinion. Aragon loses 2 opinion each time, 3 times. Everybody loses opinion. Those in the east gain opinion of me. It's only minor opinion drop too. We lose 3 opinion of the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. I am the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. What are you talking about? But we don't have a market. In them, I guess. Blocks merchants at Genoa. Grant Fondaco rights. What does that do? Goods for us plus 100. Grant them increased trade advantage of our markets in exchange for a monthly fee. Coalition targeting them. Threaten war. We don't have a can threaten war modifier. Alone, we are stronger than them. They got 5,600 dudes. They got too many boats. Making me weep with their boats. I guess prestige is low for everyone. 9 prestige. Pope's got 7 prestige. Bohemia's got 11. So I guess my 13 prestige is pretty hot shit. 29 prestige France. 6 in England, 16 Hungary. Serbia's got 24. There's so much more prestige than I'll ever be. 2 prestige Byzantines. Byzantines insignificant compared to us. Northern Epirus looks like they broke off. I care about this conflict more than taking things in the east, though. Epirus is broken off of Epirus. Overlord is Bulgaria. Bulgaria, we're stronger than. And I don't see allies apart from their own subjects. Proximity, though? Where are my roads? We got roads coming up here, roads going around there. We still gotta link all these places to get proximity chipped away. Oh, Naples, it's easy. It's just an east-west country. It's so much easier to maintain control. Sure. Unless I just been putting my roads in all the wrong places. And they're so expensive, too. How about from Ariano to Luceri? We'll link this up. We got some other roads going around that way, this way. 86. Which we'll link it on over. And from Folgay to Manfredonia is gonna be like 100 something, I bet. 78, not too bad. We could just wait a month. Not even a month, a few days. $77. Lumber in Tunis, pearls, gems, and books in Naples. Alright. What if there's a setting that I could disable the snapback with? Map settings, province names on mouse over. That's what I'm always on for now. Camera rotation reset off. So if I want to flip it like that. Yeah, there we go. Keep it as such. Down to 11 monies. We have 3 more years, so more like 2 more years for this Casus Belli. May of 55. We can't declare fucking Genoa's arrival. For now, make more cash. We're at 1.93 inflation. Boost it up again. All the way up. Extra 46 per month. Cost of court legitimacy is okay for right now. Stability, we're doing good. We could add a few more diplomats. Just to get to 0.15 a month. And that'll still give us 44.53 every single month. Yeah, might as well boost that inflation. If we're sitting and waiting before we can do anything else right now anyway. I've built up plenty of RGOs. I've built up plenty of warps and everything. But I can't really do... Oh, my population increase has gone from 3,000 to only 500. What happened? Provincial control, assimilate, convert, crackdown, recovery. Let's do some recovery, I guess. Encouraging centralization. Current impact of 28.06 towards decentralization. And changes towards decentralization by plus 0.11 each month. Wait. Modifying centralization versus decentralization with 0.11 towards centralization, and we're still getting 0.11 towards decentralization. Average development and control is dropping it. So this is kind of worthless then. My plus 11 towards centralization is being gobbled up by a current plus 11 towards decentralization. If I want to push towards centralization, if I go over here, it tells me, here's how I could push it further towards decentralization, do this stuff. How could I push it towards centralization, though? Manorial courts, grant commoners in the administration, autonomous villages. Well, estates. We got a whole bunch of privileges already given. Communal land is progress towards decentralization, but weakens noble power. Hunting permits, source free subjects. Building rights gives progress towards centralization, but market fairs is progress to decentralization. These two cancel each other out. But monthly prosperity, 0.10. Plutocracy, traditionalist, communalism. Communalism and pop conversion speed. Progress towards naval and galley maintenance cost. Discipline, progress towards quality. Efficiency of cabinet up, and that's it. Decentralization, and costs a whole lot of stability to remove. So, what can we do to decentralize? Choose to centralize. Communalism, rural migration attraction, decentralization. Peasants allowed weapons, yes. If we did common militias. Commoners in the administration is progress towards decentralization. Don't want that. Peasants to migrate, laborers to migrate. Noble estate less happy, free subjects. Production efficiency down, but traditional economy up. Raw material output down. Peasant food consumption down. RGO size down, but free subjects. Free subjects and commoners in parliament, yes. Market attraction. That sounds pretty nice. I don't see the downside. The burghers get a bit more power, but that's it. Building costs cheaper towards plutocracy. Lower RGO size of individualism. Capital economy trade capacity. Gold output, silver output. Minting threshold for control over coinage. Gold output and silver output. The output of gold in the entire country. Do I even have gold and silver in the country? We got salt, we got wheat, we got sugar, we got aluminum, we got iron, we got wheat, we got olives, we got cotton. This is pointless. I'm giving them more control over gold and silver output. We haven't got gold and silver. Innovative, capital economy. Production efficiency, capital economy. Navy maintenance, shipbuilding speed. If we give them shipwright contracts. Maritime presence 5%, sponsored maritime contracts. Trade efficiency, tax efficiency, bank interest. Innovative. Development, innovative. I think I might want to give them the shipwright contracts. Navy build speed is alright enough, I don't mind waiting a year. But maintenance minus 10. How much ducats and sailors required to maintain a ship? If I can make that maintenance cheaper, we're already losing so many sailors on maintenance. I don't think I mind giving them shipwright contracts. Favorable state-sponsored contracts to wealthy members of our society to adopt more efficient grasp on our shipwright process, cut down on regulatory red tape around the industry, so more riggers are going to fall off the ropes because we cut the regulations that said the ropes had to be perfectly safe to be allowed to use on our ships. Clergy, what could we give you that might help with our centralization? Apostolic tax opinion modifier. What does it do? The price is legitimacy, it looks like. Spiritualist. Agenda impact towards clergy. Monthly progress towards centralization 0.05. Embellish great works of the faith. Erect major works or architectural splendor dedicated to the purity of the divinity. More tolerance towards true faith. And progress towards centralization. I like that then. That sounds like a low-cost way of gaining a little bit more centralization. Belligerent, wars on different religion. Cannot construct university with lecture oaths. Stability investment, efficiency of cabinet, pop promotion. Papal emissary. Propose curia action cheaper. Change curia vote cost cheaper. Monthly religious influence up. The nobility's gonna hate me if I keep giving things to them. Possible clerics in towns and cities up if we have powerful dioceses. Promote cultural unity's assimilation, but less cultural capacity. Reduce military obligation. Clergy levy size down, army levy size down. Progress towards conciliatory. Communalism stability. Spiritualist efficiency of cabinet. Maximum diplomats. And conciliatory. And the nobility already has so much. Max control down. Pop threshold for rebellion up. Serfdom. Agenda impact for nobility. Stability decay down with elite council. Give them certain key positions in the administrative council. Feudal mercenary contracts, hire costs down, mercenary maintenance costs down. I'm not able to use mercenaries. Every time you think, let me buy a mercenary, they're all the way out in Morocco or someplace, even if their home location is close by me. Decentralization, serfdom and food consumption, artist salary, progress towards innovative. Block lowborn only nobility as leaders. The only ones capable of leading our armies and navies due to the events of the past, but rankles members of other estates who think the nobility are arrogant fools. Make it so only the nobility can lead as admirals and generals. Centralization. I don't mind if they want to be officers. Like I said, if they earn their keep by putting their lives at risk. The trouble is that there's a major stability cost for removing their privileges. If I could exchange privileges, we give you this but take that away, that'd be one thing. How do the other players see the feasibility of removing privileges? AU5, remove privilege. How am I misspelling EU5 3 times in a row? Help with privilege removal 3 days ago. Okay, simply, let's see. Playing as Ottomans, trying to remove the Ghazi Lord's estate privilege. Would I try to do so so the requirements are not met? Centralization above 0, spiritualist, yada 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 yada. The game does not let you overpay stability when trying to remove a privilege. You can't afford to pay 150. Disempower the order to make the privilege less expensive to remove. That's not so much about the cost, though. They're just having difficulty having one thing. Revoking estate privileges, EU5 Reddit. You can grant privileges to other estates to make the noble ones cheaper to remove. Feels like a lady who swallowed a fly creating another problem down the road. Advances make it cheaper. Removing privilege is supposed to be hard. So commoners have only 3% power, right? 3.39. To remove a commoner privilege is only 9.76 stability. So if I remove this monthly progress towards destabilization, then it'll only cost me 9.76 stability. So, if I empower other people, and that removes power from the nobility, then it'll be cheaper to remove privileges from the nobility. Burghers have 8% power, so removing their privileges is a whole 23. Clergy has 13%. Oh, it says right here. I don't gotta go up there, it says right there. So 38 to remove. I want to get towards centralization, though, so maybe it's worth empowering the nobles a little bit. If it means losing that plus 11 towards decentralization and having it inch closer to centralized for more crown power, proximity cost, counter-espionage. I like the idea of communal lands for the commoners. Have the right to establish common flocks of animals and raise crops at a shared field. I like the commons. But I want centralization. Fortification license is an extra 0.1 decentralization. We could remove government reforms too. But I'm okay with the ones that I have right now. Nobility's unhappy for a little bit again. Three affected locations still. Changing societal values is spitting on a fire. Improve relations, development, migration. Keep on increasing control. Could I set them both to increasing control? Or is control one of those things where only one cabinet member could do it at a time? Yeah, control is one that's limited to one counselor at a time. Well, if I remove the commons, then it'll be a 0.01 increase towards decentralization each month. That's not even much of anything. We could try developing, but 0.0025 isn't a whole lot. Two more years for this Claymont province. I don't know if I get to make much use of it, though. I made so many concessions to try to get the claim on it, and it turns out it's more than I could bite. Carlos d'Artois died of 52, our ruler's uncle and courtier in the Kingdom of Two Sicilies, fell down a set of stairs to his death. If this was Crusader Kings 3, this would cause a cascade of depression events and suicides. One family relative gets killed, everybody else feels miserable and their health goes down, then somebody else gets killed, and somebody else gets killed. Students at the University of Napoli are under the protection of the clergy, and as such are afforded different rights to the local townsfolk. The two communities living in close proximity often cause distrust, but recently the distrust has escalated to violent riots. University, student protest for 5 years. Swap estate satisfaction, 10 for the clergy, lose 10 from the burghers. The clergies are practically the permanent state of happiness. Side with town folks. Either way, we get student protest for 5 years. Unrest for plus 20 unrest for 5 years. I thought student protests were supposed to help us out. We'll side with the burghers. The clergy like being at 84.55 satisfaction equilibrium. Pissing off the clergy is basically... It's basically currency. They could never be unhappy with me. Is there anything on the clergy I want to remove eventually? Communalism, pop conversion speed. heretical beliefs, untolerated, and communalism, literacy for clergy and traditionalists. So there's nothing I want to get rid of for them. So I think that giving them embellishing great works of faith can only be a good idea. Monthly progress towards centralization plus 0.05. And then, if I decided to close the commons, that would lose a major boost towards decentralization. Changes by 0.22 towards decentralization each month, since I've ceased the cabinet action. Do I want to be the bad guy and take away peasant power? $9.64. The outcome is it limits noble power and increases decentralization. It changes society values, depends on our... That's diplomacy, right? Our diplomatic stats. He's at 44. My other cabinet member is at 43, so it doesn't matter who does it, he's better at it. Only 0.06 towards decentralization each month now. Traditional distribution gives 0.10. You see, the mistake I made was trying to get the fabricated casus belli, the fabricated claim, on Genoa in the previous Senato. If I was smart, I would have changed our distribution of power from traditional and decentralization to favor the ruler. Erases the plus 0.10, gives me more crown power. Next Senato, we're going to take the distribution of power. That should have been the first thing we do. We could have gone for Genoa any other time. Maybe I can do another insult game against somebody else and get them to insult back, and then we'll get casus belli. Verona? How juicy are you looking? Signoria of Verona is part of the HRE, so either way, am I ready to fight Bohemia over insults? There is too much of northern Italy in the HRE. A lot of these guys aren't. And folks over in the east aren't. The people who are Guelphs, it seems, are the ones who are not in the HRE. Which is pointless, because they're already on my side. How about the next guy up? Camarino? Is not in the HRE, but they are Ghibellines. And they're participating in the Serbian Pesarese War. against Pesaro. Where's Pesaro? Over here? Republic Pesaro. They're Guelphs. And they're at minus 16% in their war. Defender ticking. Wait. Started by Serbia. Defender ticking. Serbia attacks them. And they're losing war score? Or is that Serbia's war score at minus 16? Because if I go to Serbia, minus 16. Defender ticking, 16.5. Okay, so Serbia's losing then. If I set Serbia as my rival, then I could intervene in this war, but that's not going to help me out. They're already Guelphs, we're happy with that. Ghibellians, Republic of Cessna, Revo to Florence. Where's Florence? There's Ferrara. Florence is HRE. HRE, but Guelph's good on him. So maybe we'll try to take Cessna next. They are Ghibelline, but they're not an HRE. They're allied to Pistoria and Arezzo, who are in the HRE and are Guelphs. Very bizarre relationship. Pistoia, HRE, Ghibelline. Where's Pistoia? So, we go against one, and we could take out two Ghibellines at the same time if we're good, starting with the one that's not in the HRE. We can get two Ghibellines into a war without calling in Papa here. That sounds a whole lot better to me than using my wasted Senato granted dubious claim on Genoa, doing pretty damn good, and then a whole bunch of Bohemians swarm in over the Alps. We have 1.49 diplomats. Let's get the spy network going. That's an avenue of approach now. Inflation 3.5. We're gonna get as much money as we can, drop inflation, same deal as before. Improving opinion with the Kingdom of Albania. I don't need to. We're already at 198, so if I wanted to absorb them into my country, then I have enough opinion. But I don't want to, because I don't want to be responsible for managing their control, and their population's not our culture. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Cancelled attempts to improve their opinion. Tunis only hates me by minus 57 now. In time, we'll cease to be rivals. Influenza where? Where? I don't see it. You get that out of here. Show me. Show me where the influenza is. I don't even see a little bit of gray. No, Naples. Always Naples. Come on. 45% resistance. Come on, you get that shit out of here. You know, there's an easy way of telling when the next Senato is going to be. It's when my unpressed Casus Belli expires. You're not gonna get my population away. Ilios qui se pro divini? Province has proposed this proposal? What does my junior partner want me to do? The spirit of the Crusades must be revived, for God wills it. Antagonism received, minus 20%. If all it is antagonism lowered, then okay. If you're putting the idea in the Pope's head to do another crusade that I can't afford to do, then no. We'll vote yeah for now, get that antagonism down. .8% inflation. Influenza, could you just leave already? How many has it killed? $85 deaths. 89, I mean. 89 deaths. Thanks a lot. President 1 owned location. Oh no, 0 deaths on our side. It's killed 89 total across the world, but 0 for us. %13% for Catalan Patriots. But if I press the button to look at rebel movements, own rebels only that belong to our country rather than subjects, nada. We do more union policies? We gotta wait for a bit, don't we? We've already got established seniority. We have unified succession law. So we could vote to reduce to sovereign succession, but we won't do that, that's silly. Economy of the union has to wait for what? 10 more years? 4 more years. And we could join our economies. How's progress looking in the tax war? Because that's what it comes down to. 27 towards 20 against 26. So we're always keeping ahead at least. Imola no longer in the Guelphs, they've been annexed. Fuck. Where would they have been? I look at our situation, and we lose one. But the Ghibellines are shrinking. They got too many still. I'm gonna take Cesena, and hopefully their ally here too. It's a little tiny thing. Luca, weren't we building a spy network on you, but then we eventually dropped it for whatever reason? Alliance with Siena, who's one of ours. Volterra. But Luca is an HRE, I know. Lucchese Parmesan Union. Parma's HRE. Parma's Ghibellines. An alliance with Como, Brescia, and of course their HRE. What I want to do is snag these guys on an alliance with somebody outside the HRE, so I could attack them instead, and then pull the HRE guys through alliance and not involve all of Bohemia. People demand the same old, same old. Buildings demand lumber for 24 whole buildings. Do I still need books? Lumber. There's a scroll bar. Lumber. They need books at the Tunis market. That's an extra 3. Let's get them grains. I'll worry about money later. $93 whole months to bring people back. 34 months. Refugees at the gate. From the plague? From the plague. What plague? Did they come all the way in from distant Siam? Oh, wait. Lower Prussia in Balga. Balga has some people sick here. Have arrived in large numbers in Salerno. They're desperate and hungry, seeking the safety of a location as yet to be touched by the dire death. We've been touched already. Get out of here. Taking them in will increase our population, a valuable resource at a time of so much loss. But they introduce the risk of carrying the sickness straight into the city. Most would turn them away, but their desperation may lead them to rash action. We've already lost 1.284 million people. We're 86% immune to the Black Death in Salerno. 97 to Campania. 98. 99. 98. 99. If we take in more people and they get sick, it's gonna die here. We have a wall of immunity. Take in the refugees. Bubonic plague presence in Salerno set to 10%. The pops will be unhappy. Welcome refugees for 5 years. Migration attraction +1. Aquila, Atri, Salano. Fleeing the Black Death is -2. Fleeing the Black Death -2, -2. So we improve our migration attraction and get a bubonic plague presence in Salerno that'll disappear soon enough. Because we're immune to it already. Plague camps for the refugees cost money. Refugees welcome. And Aquila gets fleeing the death, turn them away, lose prestige. We're gonna take them in. We'll get bubonic plague presence set to 10%, but We're immune to it. %, we got 86% resistance. Look at all that building going on in the Pope's land. I'm so jealous. What's the red building? Locals depopulating in Salerno? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're increasing their migration attraction. See, already, we're at 90% immune again, and the disease is already down 25% presence. If anything, those are probably the refugees we brought in who died. We're still getting a net gain in population. .3% inflation. Okay, let's ride it back down after we choose another trade. Current trades, who's gotten sour? Only a few sour ones. Books, pearls, gold, books. We could probably get better gold than that. Pest to Naples. Naples and Bruges. Cut that one out. Get some more better gold again. Oh, now we got some depopulation going, but it's okay. It's only a little tiny bit. It's nothing, it's fine. The migration attraction will make it worth it. The people want rice, pearls, books, furs. For once, sturdy grains is no longer their most demanded thing. That's current trades. Okay, more books. Now with a better balanced trade in mind, maximum outminting. Oh boy, let's try to get you low again. Gotta get it all the way down to start dropping. If I completely gut my income, we could lose 0.10 a month. But if we take half as long, we could maintain 22 a month. Maintenance still down for things. I think this is an okay amount of diplomatic investment. And the cost of court is alright. We're losing 0.14 currently, but that's okay. We're still pretty big on legitimacy. Are new roads built? We got proximity all the way to Manfredonia. Salerno's still losing populations. 94% is basically gone. Black Death, you're in 4 affected locations. I wonder who number 4 could be. 1, 2, and then mystery countries way outside of Europe. And in Prussia, it's gonna take them a while yet. 6% presence, 58% immune. Now, what further roads to make to increase our things around here? More roads all the way down this way? We could build roads all the way down to here. If we wanted to throw all of our money away. 723. But we could access by sea. And then down? Build road here to there? Only 89. Doesn't seem like it needs to directly connect to the capital by land. By sea, then over seems good enough. And then Corone is 115. Pitrone. We also have the network of roads coming down this way. We could possibly link up. Because we got proximity coming all the way down here, but then doesn't reach as far as Rosano. $133. $243. All of my money that I built up with inflation disappearing into roads. Well, this one was cheaper, so I'll wait until inflation goes down and make things cheap again. Still need books. Fruits, grains, and pearls. We'll give him more grains. Because we are losing some cash to buying food. So if that's a need that we could squanch. And how's my research looking while we wait? Mills for RGO size. That I can't fill in. Food production up. Literacy for the clergy. Heretical belief tolerance. Cavalry power. We'll eventually get levy size. After which we get prosperity recovery. Now let's see. Control to Molise is down to 36. So let's move you over to some 13, some 30s. Who's got the better tax rate? You've already got good control. Sweet control. We could raise it there some. Though at 39, 29, what's the maximum here? Maximum control is at 33. So there's not too much of an advantage of raising it here any further. So let's put you in... Convert pops? Wrong button entirely. Increase control. Pick Calabria back up. Gonna vote for the trades we're gonna get. Grains have come back up as a need. And the buildings still demand more books. Which building wants a book? Hospital Paluma wants books. Weapons, weapons, papers, brewers, papers, potters, potters wants lumber. But nobody's selling. Okay. Grains forever. Look at that beauty, though. Dubrovnik has picked up its big boy pants. We are pushing more into Genoa lands at least. Spy network of 2. Annexation of Achaia is almost done. Then I'll be responsible for them. Well done past me. Trying to play this like it's Imperador. It's a shame I can't see my inflation rate when hovering over my ducats, or that the increasing inflation tab goes away when you're dropping inflation. Maybe the fact that I have inflation should be another peg over here someplace, so I could easily see without going to here first, going back on over. Inflation rate of 5.15%. Does Genoa have anybody they're allied to? Papal states that aren't in the HRE. Man. We are much stronger than them. Mucho strongo. If I hover over it, it gives us a pretty cool breakdown. 16.89 against 5.73. Boats, they have dominance on us. Population, we dominate. Army, we dominate. And subjects. Kingdom of Two Sicilies and subjects versus superb Republic of Genoa and subjects. It's not accounting for the fact that they're gonna go crying to their daddy, and that Bohemia and all of Bohemia's little subjects are gonna be joining in. And Bohemia. Though you know what? They're currently at 34 positive. Bohemian trust towards Genoa, opinion, target opinion. If we put just a few spies into Genoa, 5 spies tops, we'll say. We could destroy the relationship with Bohemia by 50. If we destroy the relationship by 50, then we could possibly isolate Genoa from Bohemia. Oh, I like the sound of that. Is that doable? We have 2 years. We have 1 year to make good with this fabricated casus belli, this dubious fabricated casus belli. May of 1355. I don't know if we can do it. We'll need to build spies, but we only need to make 5 spies. 1 year to make 5 spies and rebuild my diplomacy. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try for the spy. Let's get diplomatic spending up a bit more. Putting diplomatic spending all the way up. Because having just these 4 short things is too much, apparently. Let's cease improving relations with the Tunisians. They still hate me. They still see me as their rival. Hopefully, they have no plans on invading us. They have 0 boats. They have 0 boats! Not even a cog, not even a canoe. So they have no way of invading us anyway. They would have to take advantage of the fact that when you're at war, you can just shit all over everybody else and march over all the people who you don't have military access with. You could either waste the diplomats asking for a military access, or you could just go to war and march over everybody anyway. If they got no boats, they can't attack us, so we don't need to improve relations with them. 0.2 a month. And our sailors are no longer actively repairing. They're no longer repairing, does that mean? No, they're not repairing after all. They're still practically dead. They go out of port for a couple of days, and they need 11 sailors to repair it all over again. My fleet is so weak! Our ruler's second cousin, court of the Kings of Sicilies, died of dysentery. The plague is no longer in Salerno. See, it's gone. We just have to wait for... It's not even in Prussia anymore. There's 3 locations somewhere around the world with plague. And because those 3 tiny locations are affected, we can't end the situation. That will ravage the old world. And as far afield as Hawaii, according to some Steam discussion forum users who observe that. Following trails of trade and civilization. Tax base likely shrink, output of buildings will collapse, local pop promotion speed will be very important to recover the lost employment. Build hospitals. Keep stability high. Helps pop promotion speed. Do not build new buildings and depopulating locations. It will struggle to hire more workers. It may take years. As long as there are enough peasants in our locations, it will eventually promote to fill in vacancies. Ending requirements is no location has the disease. These 3 Johnnies come lately. Just need to hurry it up. We got some lag going. That's not the internet. That's not the stream stability, is it? I don't see a disconnection warning. But I do see... Well, now the bitrates behave, now that I'm looking at it. It was at minus 35,000? Really? How long was that going on for? Maybe I should start playing this in windowed mode at a smaller resolution so I can keep an eye on the bitrate on OBS. But if we can get this to work, if we can get... If we can get Genoa separated from Bohemia before the Casus Belli expires, then we're gonna kick their ass. The trouble with Genoa is that they are hiding behind Papa. Look at how far they're spreading. Reddit isn't kidding. Bohemia really does spread everywhere and makes it... So, the reason why they're going to have so much progress percent is because Bohemia has her tendrils all over the place. We gotta get somebody else to be HRE, man. 29-27, we just keep inching ahead. We have 0 spies right now. 0.3 each month. I don't think I'm gonna get these spies in time to divorce them and still get the use of my Casus Belli. But if I'm building a spy network anyway, then we could just wait till it gets to 25. 20 for the Casus Belli, and 5 to divorce them. $42.7 for the nobles. Calabria Ultra. Control is looking pretty ultra alright. Let's swap you to the other half of Calabria. Calabria Citra. And what's this they're building? That's in Benevento. That's not one of ours, sadly. Clergy condemns a philosopher as heretic. A prominent natural philosopher, Francesco Petrarca, which again, we got from the Vatican, is forwarding new claims that contradict religious truths. The clergy demands that he be stopped and turned over for punishment. If we support him, the clergy lose 10 estate satisfaction. They're practically at max anyway. They naturally gravitate towards 89.36. Support them. And wow, we're supporting our artists. Culture. Works of art. We want to look at people and then characters, right? Francisco, with your 85 skill, you've sat in court, and you haven't done anything. We have money to commission a work of art. How old is he? 49? Oh, it's now or never then. Let's do it. There's benefit to works of art, it's not just a nice thing to have. The Saint Louis of Toulouse crowning his brother. Regionally well known. Quality of work of art, artist of the work of art, creation date, location, the name of. Does it do anything though? Art quality. How much prestige and cultural tradition it can provide. If I have a more prestigious art, then my 0.08 might tick into positive prestige. Diplomatic reputation, market attraction, great power score. Our current works of art give 0.00. Estate satisfaction of the nobles can also affect my prestige. What am I going to get an artist with 85 artistic ability? I could always get more money. Let's do it. Lose 10 prestige to make the work of art. I lose 10 prestige to get the work of art. That sounds kinda... That'll gut my market attraction, my diplomatic reputation, my antagonism change modifier. We could always get art some other time. All these things you can do, but I can't prioritize them. I gotta build up my control. I gotta wait for my population to slowly recover, so that all of my RGOs and all of my buildings can finally start producing on their own, and I don't have to rely completely on imports for everything. One spy. Maybe I should go ahead and drop my noble taxes for a little while. They're getting a 0.2 each month to get back up to equilibrium. But I might as well help them out. I reduce their taxes entirely, and plus 0.2 turns into plus 0.2. Then I might as well tax them to hell if it's not going to change any. Diplomatic spending. Once I get to 2 diplomats, I'll cut the spending down. And just have it do... Have it just maintain. Spy network with Cessna. We'll probably get that done in the next couple of years. Dubious spending practices. Our Luigi Angio's spending habits have raised some eyebrows. He sees spending large amounts of money, far larger than one of his positions should have access to, distributing gifts to the local crown in his home region and improving the local infrastructure. How fucking dare he? An investigation has revealed the facts. Rather than serving the queen to the best of his abilities, Luigi Angio's been funneling state funds to Tarde in order to boost his popularity there. You see, that is how the powerful have kept the people in line most accurately or most reliably in the past. It's not so much rule through fear, because surprise, surprise, when you rule through fear, you get a whole bunch of angry peasants or a bunch of angry slaves, or nobles who disagree with you, suddenly kicking down your door to chop your head off. Aggrandizing yourself by paying for grand public works that employ the people, and in the end they get ball games, or they get some cool new temple, or whatever else. Historically, ever since prehistory, and into the modern era, I'll say, where people have suddenly decided, well, I have the money, I don't care anymore. That's how you get people to love you. By making these grand projects that enrich the people and make you more popular with them. Even early 20th century, with the oligarchs and barons of the past putting up libraries and music halls all over the place. That's all aggrandizing. That's all, we're rich, we want the people to not rise up against us so we could stay rich. Have a library, have a music hall, have this or that. Which is to say that the modern oligarchs today, are tech oligarchs and whatnot, are idiots. They don't realize all they have is their wealth. It's not like a political thing where you have to fight a political battle for influence. Gain 5 development and lose 10 legitimacy. Well, 0.5 development. Tarde is all the way down there. If it was closer to home, then maybe. Arrest him? Gain legitimacy? And he's removed from the cabinet and imprisoned for 3 years. The cool thing about that is that he's our head of cabinet. Head of cabinet normally cannot be removed for life. Arrest him. Arrest that man. We should still have crowned people we could appoint. Filippo. 60, 54, 44. Luigi. This is a different Luigi Angio, right? Because the other Luigi Angio isn't. We have more than one Luigi Angio. I've seen more than one Luigi Angio too. 27, 52, 50 is objectively worse than 60, 54, 44. Filippo? And who is going to be the head of cabinet? 60, 50, 40? 30, 40, 50? They're pretty mediocre either way. Crown head of cabinet. Costs 200! 4.9 from inflation. Base cost is 192. Crown power by 25. Legitimacy. I am going to wait until inflation gets down a bit first. Spy networks, annexation. March of 1354. April and May, and then we'll have 1 year remain on this. Three countries still. Where the heck are you, rats? It's gone. It is gone enough that we shouldn't even consider it anymore. This isn't opening up the economy too early. This is it no longer exists on this continent. Rebels in our country. In our country. But I look, rebels in our country is no. The gems missing in Napoli. For the Jewelers Guild in Palermo. 30th of April. 1st of April. And there we go. We got 1 year exactly. We have 2 spies now. So it hasn't taken us... It won't take us incredibly long to get 5 spies then. And then we could see if we could divorce Genoa and Bohemia. Currently, Bohemia will join because it's 34 against 0. Trust towards Genoa, opinion, target opinion. So, we could see if, where is it? Covert actions? Sabotage reputation? To get minus 50 opinion with the chosen country. If that'll be enough to get Bohemia to decide to not join Genoa's defense against me. If I could isolate them, it's not going to be enough to take their home province. We're going to take the whole hog. Or at the very least, vassalize them and force them to change their faction. And then we'll consume them within 10 years' time. Guelph's weekend. Alessandria has been annexed. Canavese no longer supports the Guelphs. They've ceased to exist. It'd be nice if it said who annexed them. Who took them over. We still outnumber them, though. It's still 30 to 28. We're gonna get there first. We're gonna get to 100% first. We'll get to 100% first, and then all these countries will just poop right out of the HRE. Two spies. Well, as exciting as it is to start building up on a little over half a year to get enough spies to divorce Genoa from Bohemia and then take them over, and then spy Wertnick for Cesena to go against them because they are a Ghibelline who are not in the HRE, and so we could take them over with a chance of getting Pistoia and Arezzo too without antagonizing Bohemia. It is getting about as far into the stream as I wanted to go. The title did say this is going to be a short, secret Saturday Sicily stream. And just under 5 hours is plenty short when it comes to these grand strategy games. We're still doing a bit of shenaniganry, because we are trying to figure out the nuances of the game a bit more. One day would be so proficient that we could start as like a tiny one-province miner someplace, and do a reasonable world conquest, or at least hemispherical conquest. But for now, we gotta be cheap, we gotta be petty, we gotta see what works, what doesn't, and then reload a bit to see why it doesn't work. After all, my Crusader Kings 2 mastery wasn't built in a day. But yeah, that means that is gonna be where we call it for now. It's about time for Dank Movie Night after all. Can't miss out on those Saturday traditions. Might do a stream tomorrow, we'll see. We do gotta go down to Southern California for Grandpa's funeral. That's gonna take me away for a little bit. And so maybe I'll spoil you guys with more weekend streams. For now, Punchy's doing Pokemon Legends, ZA. Schubert is doing some baby games at Achievement Cleanup. Let's go toss you guys on over to Punchy, one of my favorites on Twitch. And one of the few people I do actively give a sub to instead of relying on kind communities and whales to give me generous gift subs to other people's channels every single month. It works. Twitch has some very generous folks around. You can't feel too guilty relying on everybody else's gift subs. If you know that they have the generosity that they want to gift sub as often, you might as well benefit from it. But Punchy's cool. We'll go watch him play some Pokemon. And then I'm going to catch you guys around some other time. You all take care of yourselves. And hopefully the next time we do a stream, we'll be able to begin our war against Genoa if we can divorce them from Bohemia. Otherwise, Sonato's going to be coming up about the same time that Casus Belli expires. We gotta go for more centralization. Centralization is key for my long-term strategy, I think. So, later. I was going to to put the funiculi funicula over this one too, but I couldn't get the timing to work. Tomorrow was too good a song to sully.
さよなら痛みも消えてゆくよああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ Tomorrow 走ろう新しくTomorrow 輝こう強く